it's been taking shape. I'm probably a good 20 hours into this build or so. And the outside is mostly done. I have a lot of details to add in terms of like boulders and stuff to make it look more integrated into the terrain. And I need to finish the inside because right now it's just a big empty shell. I've just been focusing on making the outside fit. And I got these dang ghost trees that keep coming back. It's an arc thing. I can't figure out how to make them stay gone. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you like the look of it. Hey, would you mind helping me test something out here, Stego Florist? Would you mind unsubscribing and then hitting subscribe again so you can test out my alerts for me? I've got some new alerts set up that I was trying to test out. Okay, toggle photo mode. There we go. All right. I wish there was something in between the super slow fly and the zipping around flying, but there doesn't really seem to be anything in between. Okay, now I needed to finish this wall here. And this has a very interesting kind of mix of skins on it in order to try to get the look I was going for. So, like, these are from Elven structures, these are from Gothic craft. These are not a skin at all. Those are architect structures, steep roofs. So, yeah. All right, well, we'll see if my alert comes through or not. It should, but it might be a little slow. We'll see. Okay. Or it might not do it because, I don't know, if it knows that you were already subscribed or something. I don't know how picky it is. No, I just need regular. Although, you know what? Actually, I think I'll just use the ASR ones. They can still accept skins, but they have some additional options. Okay. Let's get all set up for building here, get my other stuff out of the way. Okay, we need my variant cycle gun and my structure pickup gun. I shouldn't need the move tool right now. I think that's most of that. And then I just need some pillars. And some ceilings. Get all set up here. And some quarter walls. Okay. Now, I've been hearing things about this update. Have you had a chance to test it out yet, Stego Florist? I have not had a chance to check it out. Okay, that would be great. I'd appreciate that. Okay. Now this needs to be in ghost mode. I need some slope walls as well. Or gables, they call them in ASR. Gable, where's your regular stone gable? They look different and I can't find them sometimes. Why do they gotta get all fancy? Okay. Yeah, I keep hearing about it. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet either, and how do you get into the new mode? I am not sure how you do that. Is it in the radio? Ah, plan, structure, visibility. Well, there's something there. Okay. Streamer bot. Why am I not seeing any alerts? Like, it works when I just test them. YouTube, it's connected. It's not any reason I can see why it wouldn't be showing my updates. Like, if I just do a test, it works. Like, here's a test.
Roger that.
See? So it should work. Unless I'm missing a step somewhere in this multi-step crazy process of setting these up. No worries. I mean, if it doesn't work the first time, then I don't know what to change. They'll have to do some troubleshooting probably over the weekend. I have separate alerts set up for YouTube and for Twitch as well.
Do my boobs still jiggle? Do my boobs still jiggle?
See, I've got goofy
that.
audio.
No, there's still wobble. So stupid.
So I've got all kinds of goofy audio and visuals and stuff set up, and it works when I hit test. But it doesn't. Why isn't it working when somebody actually uses it? New subscriber is the trigger. Yes. Huh. It is fun, yeah. I've been collecting little quotes and stuff from some of my YouTube friends and heroes for a while. So I've got a lot of little snippets and quotes. I think I've got one from ButchX3. I've got several from Ras Clark. He's pretty quotable. I've got one from Captain Fat Dog. I've got a couple from Aaron Longstaff. I've got one from Maddie Conway. Yeah, a bunch of different things that I've clipped out of their streams or videos. Okay. So this needs, okay, we've got a quarter ceiling and then goes up, and this goes down 2 quarter ceilings, and then we've got sloped walls. Okay. Or quarter walls. So. And how wide is it on either side of? Okay, so it's just a quarter wall wide on the sides. And make it symmetrical. Usually I don't try to build symmetrical things. I prefer to make them more whimsical, but if I'm trying to build something specific, then you gotta make it look like the reference build, right? So you must be in Europe or the UK then, if it's 1:30 in the morning for you. And yeah, and I totally understand if you need to go. Because yeah, I don't stay up that late anymore either. Mostly because my husband got a new job where he has to get up super early, and I try to get up with him. So we aren't living on completely different schedules. It's one of those things where, you know, you learn as you go, and the more you hang around with other people who build, the more you learn from them. Like, you know, I've learned so much from getting to build with other people in ARC while doing events and stuff. Because I started out building pretty basic stuff like everybody does in this game. It just, you know, everybody's got to start somewhere. A lot of it is you just have to kind of be patient as well. I mean, the most patient builder of them all, I would have to say, is Captain Fat Dog. Oh my gosh, that man. I cannot grasp how patient he is. His builds are insane. Now, why won't you stop? And I've had the chance to build with him or collaborate with him a few times. And the funny thing is, I can be right there with him in game, watching him, and I still don't understand what he's doing half the time. Because there's just so many steps involved. And the way my brain works is I'm looking for the shortcuts. I'm looking for the ways to make it simpler. I'm looking for the ways to make it look that good, but not take that much work. Whereas him, he enjoys the challenge of it. I'm all for using mods if they will make it simpler and free up some time for me to spend decorating or working on other things. But he enjoys the challenge of trying to build crazy stuff, vanilla, and with official settings too, like no clip and stuff. So the workarounds he has to find are insane. Aaron Longstaff used to be a completely vanilla builder too, but now he makes mods. So we all change as we go, right? There, that's better. Okay, did I have... Yes, okay, there's one there too. Oh, Captain Fat Dog's amazing. Like, he's basically a magician in ARC. If you haven't seen his content, he specializes in traps, like really unique traps that are specifically designed for specific creatures, and which are the most efficient possible. Like, he's got an arty trap that is like 4 pieces or something. But he also builds all kinds of crazy stuff. He's been building a gigantic twirly slide in his live streams for the past month or so. A twirly slide without using mods, no move tool or anything. And yeah, so he's building just because he enjoys the challenge, he's building a twirly slide that you can ride a Carbonenimus down the slide. And he's trying to set it up automatically so that turtles will go down and then they'll like follow other creatures back up and then go down. He's trying to make like a perpetual motion thing, and just for giggles, just because that's the kind of challenge he enjoys. It's pretty crazy to see. But yeah, I learned a lot from him for sure, even though I do not build anything like the style that he does. But it's still valuable to me to learn how vanilla builders do things, because it helps with finding workarounds. Because sometimes my tricks aren't working, or I don't always have access to all the mods that I would prefer to be able to use. Okay, let's put this guy here, and then I need Gothic Craft. Gothic Craft. Where is Gothic Craft? Got way too many cosmetics in here. Why can they not change this to show the name of the frickin' mod? Why do they just show the number in teensy tiny little icons? There we go, there it is. Oh, is that? Which Gothic Craft? No, this is the... Okay, no, that's the Elven Instructors one I was using for the arch. Okay. Oh, I think it might have been the fancy one, though. Oh, no, it is this one. Okay. And then I also had it painted. I had a note somewhere of the paint color that I used to make it easier to match. Which one did I use for the pillar? I think it was the Elven Structures, just the regular standard one here. Yeah. Staying free is driving me nuts. I'm gonna have to try to get rid of it again. Even though I know it's gonna come back. Yeah, thinks it's actually there. Hey, Dan, welcome. Hello, hello. Good to see you. It's been a hot minute. How have you been? Come on, Free, go away. Dang it, no, it's glitched. You know what? I think the one time I did get it to go away for a while, what I ended up doing was I got some of the refertilizer and I made it come back and then I chopped it. Did that work? I don't know. Put it in my hotbar and try it. I don't really... Oh, well, yep, it worked. I think. Or did this... Was this boulder there? No, that boulder was there. Okay. Out now. Is there something there? No? Okay, that worked. Okay, now. Are you back? Can I chop you now? Stupid ghost tree. Let's get rid of some of these foundations, and then maybe you'll come back. Yes, it is Valguero, because Valguero is the map that looks the most like Skyrim. And, you know, I'm trying to build I'm trying to build a castle that looks like it's in Skyrim, only in Ark. Trying to do a little mashup thing here. I did not know that Valguero had a problem with ghost trees, but apparently it does. And yes, they are driving me bananas here. Doesn't seem like it's working. I got one of them to go away by doing this, but doesn't seem to be working this time. I really wish they'd figure out some way to fix this. Or maybe that some modder would, or something. It is a gorgeous map. I love Valguero. They're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself. Yep. What's the matter? A pego steal your sweet roll? There's a mashup for you. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to live with the tree. Because it ain't going nowhere. Okay, and what did I have? Okay, I did have the Gothic Craft stone brick in there, and I was leaving the vanilla in there. And then Gothic Craft down below. And what color was this painted? It doesn't show the color there, which is why I made a note somewhere. Let me pull up my sticky notes app here. Got so many sticky notes in the sticky notes app that I can't even have all of them on the screen at the same time. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, slate. It was slate paint, I think. Or no, walls are cold stone brick with gunmetal paint. Okay. So let's grab the spray painter. Kind of crazy how different skins paint so very differently from each other. Okay, now I like the ASR paint gun though, because it shows the names of the colors, which the vanilla one does not, which bugs me. The gun caught you off guard. Yeah, that's I've got some pretty handy guns. So many different tools that are so extremely handy. Pillars, open structures with slate. Okay. Oh, this is supposed to be gunmetal. That's right. This one is supposed to be gunmetal. Just darker. Yeah, just a smidge darker. Now that's closer to the color of the vanilla bricks, because I wanted to vary the texture so it's not just the same texture, but keep the coloring somewhat consistent. And then for the brick pillars, it's doing those in slate. So have you been in Maddie's Discord? I haven't checked in there in a while. Dan, has Maddie been posting anything? Like, been a little worried about him. Haven't heard from him in a while. But I figured real life's probably just keeping him busy. And why did my skins disappear? I feel like you're doing things with more care than EA had when we made Dragon Age 4. I haven't played Dragon Age 4. I used to be really into the Dragon Age games, but yeah, I've heard mixed reviews on the one that came out more recently, which is unfortunate. It, you know, it seems like they can kind of get lazy when they've been really successful and they just assume people will buy something because of the franchise name and they don't have to put in the effort anymore. There's that, and I firmly believe that small studios do things better, not as an accident or anything, but just because they are small. Because, like, as a creative myself, I find it impossible to be really creative in a committee. If you have to run every little decision you make by a whole committee of people to approve or disapprove it, it really puts a cramp in your creativity. It really slows things down. And then also when you split things up into so many little micro pieces, and you've got so many different people working on tiny little pieces of a game, you know, you've got people whose whole job is making, you know, just the stone textures or something, or somebody else whose entire job is just this particular tiny little part of the game, then it can be difficult to keep in mind the whole scope of the game as a whole and actually keeping it fun, you know, and not just getting bogged down in all those details. Whereas a small indie team, they can't do everything. They have to pick and choose, and so they have to prioritize. They have to decide which things are the most important and which things are going to add the most to the actual value of the game, which things are going to make the most difference and make the game the most fun, and then they have to focus on those things, which ends up, in my opinion, making a better game in the end. So yeah, I always prefer smaller indie games versus things made from AAA studios. I don't think this is painted at all. I think that's just the Gothic stone skins as they're supposed to be. Okay, yeah. That looks like it matches up. Oh, did I have? Okay, I do have glass in there. Okay. Oh, yeah. Lazy isn't the right word to describe it. They were lazy, neglectful, and disrespectful to the franchise and the fans. Ouch. Yeah. Seems they forgot to hire someone to make the characters interesting and likable. Yikes. And Stegoflor says, I agree. I also feel like when they get big enough, they try to hit as many target audiences as possible to make a big profit rather than make a great game. Yeah. You know, it's interesting, on a completely different genre of product, I've noticed something kind of similar when it comes to specialty foods, because I have food allergies. I've had food allergies my whole life. And, you know, a lot of people have noticed that, like, gluten-free foods or whatever can tend to be kind of flavorless, or people joke about healthy food not tasting as good as unhealthy food. And that really does not need to be the case. But the main reason why it does is because when people are making a health food product or a gluten-free product, they know they're going to be catering to a much smaller niche audience. And so it's like they try to hit as many small niche audiences as possible in one product. So it's not enough to make gluten-free ramen. They have to make gluten-free ramen that's also low fat, low sodium, no MSG, vegan, whatever. They have to try to hit all of these things, and then they end up making something that tastes like cardboard and is horrible. I have yet to find a gluten-free ramen that I actually like, which sucks because I like ramen. I found some noodles that are okay, but I have to make the broth myself and add in copious amounts of MSG to actually make it taste like ramen is supposed to taste, in my opinion. Anyway, okay, which part are we okay, I was gonna start in with the plant gun. That's right. I need the vegetation planters is my favorite planter mod. One of my favorite all-around decorating mods. In fact, just a second here. Let me do a little bit of recording. I've been meaning to do a walkthrough for a while of how to use this mod, so I might as well do it now. Oh, don't make a noob mistake here, like dragging the engram down to my hotbar like an idiot. I need that one. I think that one. Grab a few of these here. Not scorched earth. I think those are the main ones. Maybe some mushrooms. Okay. And I only need one of each. Okay. Howdy, Peugeot. Oh, I can't eat dairy either, unfortunately. Sounds interesting, though. I have enjoyed looking at a lot of food from other parts of the world because, like I said, I've had food allergies my whole life. So that means starting back in the days when it was not so easy to find gluten-free and dairy-free stuff, you know. I was gluten-free before it was cool, and dairy-free as well and stuff. And so I had to be a lot more creative with finding things. And one of the things that I found was if you find foods that are already gluten-free or dairy-free or whatever, and learn to make those, they usually are a lot better than trying to take, you know, your other favorite foods and adapt them. That's I've been asked a lot of times by people who've just recently been diagnosed celiac or something like that, you know, like, oh, what would you recommend? I'm so overwhelmed with trying to learn to eat gluten-free. And what I usually tell them is, don't even try to adapt your favorite mac and cheese to being gluten-free and dairy-free if you're trying to be on a new diet and avoid those foods, because it won't taste the same. You won't like it. You'll feel deprived. It just will not be good. And so you're much better off looking abroad, finding cultures and foods from around the world that just naturally don't have gluten or dairy in them, and learn to make those. And then you feel like you're being adventurous. Then you're trying new foods and you're expanding your repertoire rather than feeling like you're limiting yourself, you know? So like I found I am not going to be able to pronounce this, but I found a donut type thing years ago. It's made with yucca root, cassava as it's called in Africa, I guess. It's what tapioca is made out of. And it's like a donut type thing that I can't remember if it's originally from Cuba or somewhere in South America, but like Buenos de I don't remember how to pronounce it. But anyway, It's so good, and it's just naturally gluten-free or very easy to make gluten-free. And the same is true of a lot of Asian foods. Asian foods have been my favorite, and I do mean Asian as in Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Indian, Thai. I don't just mean general pan-Asian fusion. I mean all the individual Asian cuisines I've learned to appreciate, because those are very easy usually to adapt. If I can just swap out the soy sauce for gluten-free tamari, that's most of all they need, you know, because they were so dependent on rice. And a lot of South American cuisines use rice and corn, which are naturally gluten-free. And so, you know, I make a lot of those. Biscoito di polvillo. No, it's not that. Yeah, I do like cassava starch. I have some cassava flour, and it does make a nice chewy flatbread. And as Stegoflorist, I actually have tried other animal milks, and for a while when I was younger, I was able to tolerate them better. I actually lived on a farm in my teens, and my parents got a goat, mostly so that I could have fresh goat's milk to try. And I really liked the goat, but after a while, I just wasn't tolerating that milk either. Because the thing is, I'm not lactose intolerant, or not just lactose intolerant. I am lactose intolerant, but that's not the only problem. I'm also allergic to the dairy protein in milk, which is a lot harder of a problem to fix. Okay, oh, so I was going to do a little walkthrough of this mod here. So anyway, yeah, I mostly drink almond milk. I really like almond milk. Sometimes I use coconut milk also for different things if I want something really creamy. But yeah, occasionally oat milk. There's a lot of good substitutes out there nowadays. It's definitely easier than it used to be. But yeah, I've definitely learned to appreciate a lot of cuisines from all over. And yeah, there are a lot of countries that have diets that just seem healthier. Like, I feel that way about most of the Asian cuisines that I've tried. You know, they really have a focus on vegetables and rice and just a little bit of meat. They do eat beans as well, and there's just a lot. It's just a much healthier diet. It just makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I eat a lot of that kind of stuff. As long as you avoid, you know, the deep fried things like the Chinese deep fried wontons and egg rolls and the Japanese tempura deep fried stuff. Those are delicious, but those are not gluten-free. But as long as you avoid the deep fried stuff, you're usually pretty safe. All right, so I'm going to do a little walkthrough here of how to use this mod, Vegetation Planters, which is one of my all-time favorite deco mods. So this mod, it's very small and efficient because it doesn't add any new models. It just gives you access to place basically vanilla-looking rocks and trees and plants that are already in the game. And so since it doesn't have to add in new models, it's very small and efficient. And the way the mod is structured, I'll show you in a little bit, it's how it does this, but I can place hundreds of structures from this in one area without it causing a significant amount of lag. I used this mod in ASC as well, and I built an entire forest with this in my Hogwarts build. I mean, me and the other people I was working with, we built the Forbidden Forest from Hogwarts in an area that basically looked like this before. So we were adding everything. We were adding hundreds of trees and boulders and mushrooms and all kinds of stuff. And the forest had the least amount of lag of any part of that build. I mean, way less than the castle had. And the reason why is here. Actually, let me show you. Wait, I'll grab one of these. So this mod has these little planters. Oh, go away. So it comes with 2 parts. Just a second here. I'm trying to record. Can you go away? Cheat enemy invisible space 1. And yes, I built Hogwarts in Ark Survival Evolved. And I've got a video tour of it on my channel as well. But yeah, that was a really big project I did back in 2022 with the architects. And it was a crazy project, especially since ASC building was a lot more complicated than an ASA. I did use a lot of mods, but even still, there was a lot of workarounds. I streamed most of the building of that too, so there's like probably 100 hours of streams. I mean, it had everything. I mean, it had a moving staircase. I figured out how to make a staircase that moved. It wasn't completely finished inside, of course, because as it was so laggy. So we didn't want to finish areas that weren't going to be even seen because it would have just added to the lag. But we had the grand, the big entry, we had the courtyard, we had the great hall, we had a whole bunch of classrooms, and we had what else? We made Mr. Filch's office and his bedroom, and we had Dumbledore's office, the headmaster's office, the grand stairway with the moving staircase, a whole bunch of different areas. And so yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun. Peyoada, a black bean stew with smoked meat. Oh, that sounds really good, Dan. You should put the recipe for that in my Discord. I have a food channel in there, actually. I think it's in the Just for Fun, or maybe the community tab. I think it's under Just for Fun. But anyway, that does sound really good. Have that with stir-fried kale. Ooh. What is my house, Dan? Well, I'm sure it will come as no surprise because I'm such a nerd that yes, I am a Ravenclaw. So anyway, so this mod that I was going to show y'all, I'm going to put down this mushroom planter as an illustration here. So it comes with a gun and a whole bunch of different plant pots like this. And you place down a pot, and then you take the gun, and it's got 3 different settings on it. It's got add vegetation, remove vegetation, and connect to planter. And when it's on connect to planter, each planter nearby will put up a beacon like this to make them easier to find. And then I just shoot that, and now I'm connected to that planter. And each planter will have a certain number of different models of plants or rocks or other terrain details that are in it. And the reason I like this for creative builds better than some other plant or landscaping type mods is because I don't have to stop and actually craft or spawn in the pieces and then place them. And they don't have any hit points. I don't have to worry about them breaking. They don't cost resources. That does mean that this mod you wouldn't want to have this on a PvP server, let's just say, because, being able to place unbreakable rocks would be a little OP for PvP, I'm sure. But for building in creative mode or for building events and stuff, it's really handy because see, like I can grab this mushroom, and then with my mouse scroll wheel, I can rotate it any way I want. If I hold down Alt and use the scroll wheel, I can change the size from very small to very huge. So that means each model of plant that's in there can be used a lot of different ways. And if I hold down Shift, I can change the distance. That one doesn't seem to be working for me, though, but I don't normally want to use that anyway. I haven't really found a lot of need for that. And I can switch from third person to first person if I want to be able to see it from farther away. It's got all of the little instructions in the bottom left there. But it's nice because, yeah, I can place these, and there's some additional options. Here, I can hit R to toggle to other variants that are in the same pot. There's our red one. Let's make that nice and big. And do another one. Got some smaller mushrooms here. I can make them huge. I can make them tiny. Could fill a whole area with these in different sizes. And you can do it pretty quickly as well. Just changing the size and rotation. And you can see, like, we can add crazy amounts of stuff here. And then I'll show you about this in a minute. And I can put it up against surfaces like this. And one cool thing that I like about it is, now I'm going to switch to another planter here. I'm going to put down a rock planter. Put away the gun for a second. Now I can connect to another planter by switching back to connect mode. And now I can place rocks. And for the rocks, there's some different options that they have if you hit N. If you know which options you want, like this, these are all of the different types of rocks that can be placed from the rocks planter. And if I only want to place, for example, these big, huge ones, I can uncheck all the small ones so that as I'm going through the variants, I don't have to keep clicking past all the ones I don't want. I can just disable those so that I just have the ones I actually want. And you can also set it to random, which it'll randomize between the options you have checked. So you can just click, 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 and be placing a random assortment of things from that planter. You can change the random rotation and random scale, so it does just automatically vary that a little bit so they don't ever look identical. But then this is one of the options that I use a lot, which there's this never align with ground, always align with ground, use placement, choose rotation. That one I do like. But always align with ground. Let me show you what that means. That means that whatever surface this is on, it will align with that. And since I enabled advanced rotation, I can also rotate it after clicking initially. I can rotate it and then click again. But you see, it naturally wants to follow whatever surface I'm putting it on. And that's another way that I can vary the look of something, making it look more natural, like a natural pile of boulders. But if I choose instead, if I do the never align with ground, then basically it knows which direction is up and down. And it will always stay straight, which is nice for if you're placing, for example, trees. You don't want trees at all kinds of weird angles. You want your trees to be straight up and down. And so you can set it, to follow the ground for rocks, but not to follow it for trees. It's really smart. The modder who created this really listened to the builders who gave them feedback. And it's just really nice. And there's also, I can change the max randomized scale. So right now it'll just, when it's randomizing as I'm placing a whole bunch one after another, it'll go between 80 and 120%. So it isn't placing tiny and then gigantic. It's just staying within a rather conservative range. I can change the range that it'll randomize between. It's just really nice having so many different options. And if I'm not going to use that advanced placement, I can also turn that off. There we go. And I'm just going to place a whole bunch of these to use as part of my illustration here, because I want to show you an important thing about this that some people don't necessarily understand right at first, and it has caused some headaches. Some members of my building teams of volunteers have, they've had some frustrations with this feature until they understood how it works. So I would prefer to help you avoid those kinds of headaches. So I'm just gonna, that's a very small little rock, like the little ones on the beaches. Oh, here's a metal node. It's not actually harvestable, it just looks like a metal node. Whoa! And then we have huge rocks, like look at this. This is ridiculously gigantic. And these are the ones that I used during the Extra Life event on a completely blank map that Sandy made for us to use and for his own projects too. But anyway, it's a completely flat terrain map with no features on it, and I was able to use this to be able to essentially build alien terrain and make it really look like it was in outer space. Gotta get closer. And another interesting thing about these is they don't actually have physics in the same way that normal arc structures do. Like after I place these, after I place a bunch of these, I can switch to the remove vegetation, and I can remove the ones that they were on, and they'll be just floating. I used that in that space build as well to make it look like there was like low gravity in the space. And you can actually, in some situations at least, yeah, it won't let me build on these. Some of these I could have sworn you could build on. But you might need to build up through them in order to get foundation support. But I could have sworn that at least in ASC that they did have foundation support. It might be an I&I option that I haven't checked or something. Anyway. So there might be a way to do that. But anyway, so there's all of these structures placed. Hey, Mikey, this is Vegetation Planters. I am placing stuff from Vegetation Planters and doing a little walkthrough of the mod. So yeah, we put a whole bunch of rocks, we put a whole bunch of mushrooms. All the rocks are connected to this pot here, which means that if I pick up this pot, okay, actually, let me back up a little bit. Let me show you why this works so well at reducing lag as opposed to a lot of other structure mods that have plants. Where each plant and rock you place counts as an individual structure. Because the game treats them like it treats vanilla plants. You see, as I'm coming back, they don't render in one at a time. Like, see, boom. You can see the structures of the castle rendering in one at a time, but all of the rocks and mushrooms just, boom, popped in together at the same time because they render in as a chunk. Because the game sees all these rocks as being one structure. One structure, which is, in this case, controlled by this one pot. And all the mushrooms are one structure controlled by this. It's an instanced mesh system, as my modder friends tell me. As opposed, so basically, this is 2 structures here versus the hundreds of structures over here. But that also means that if I pick up this pot, or if it is destroyed, because it does have, the pot does have a health bar, 15,000. So if I pick up the rock planter, and they don't let you pick it up fast, you got to think about it. But if I pick that up, all the rocks are gone with it, all at the same time. So yeah, I had some volunteers place a whole bunch of stuff and then think they could pick up the pot, and yeah, undid hours of work. It was very sad. I cannot imagine how frustrating that must have been. And yep, same thing here. Pick up the mushroom planter, boom, all gone. And so yeah, that's how this mod works. It's really genius, actually, how it's put together. And yes, unlike JVH has its place. I think that if you have a survival-focused server where you want to keep things really balanced for players mostly playing in survival, then having to craft each of the structures and place them makes a lot of sense. You know, they all have a crafting cost, they all have health, hit points, and you have to make a crafting bench in order to make them in, and then you place them as decorations. Makes a ton of sense. And that would be a lot better balanced for that kind of gameplay. But if you're building in creative mode or building events like I like to do, then this is much simpler, and I do like how it helps with lag. So I'm gonna put some pots in here so they will be out of sight. Did I put down 2 by accident? Yes, I did. Okay, I destroyed 1. Okay, and I'll just put down some of these as well, just so I know where they all are. And let's put a rock planter down here as well. I put a rock planter somewhere else up here, but I'll just put this one up. I'm just gonna delete it. Okay. So I have a lot of rocks I need to place to make this structure look like it's integrated into the ground. Because the thing is, it's built up from the ground like this because I'm going to be building dungeons underneath it. And obviously you can't build into the terrain in Ark. And so in order to be able to have dungeons, I needed to build it above the regular terrain. So now I've got to make this look like it's built in the real terrain. So we're gonna grab the plank gun. You were the one who did that, yeah. Well, I wasn't gonna tell on you, Mikey, but if you want to tell on yourself, I'm not gonna stop you. Yeah, I cannot imagine how frustrating that must have been. Here, you know what? I think for now, let's go ahead and turn on the placement rotation. Okay. Adjust rotation, R to change. Ah, there we go. Oh, no, it's supposed to change the axis. Why is it not changing? Oh, there we go. I gotta use the mouse that way. Okay. Still learning how some of this works. Still learning ways of using this. For now, I think I want to do the never align with ground. Make it nice and big. And I love how by rotating and resizing these, you can make one boulder look like a lot of different things. It doesn't have to look like it's the same thing over and over. Zant. Hello, hello. Why is it not... I'm supposed to be live on Twitch right now as well. Why is it not working? I pressed the button over here. What is your issue, Twitch? Why are you not live? Bitrate should be fine. Find. Oh, do I need to put in my stream key again or something? What's your problem? I'm still really new to Twitch. I've been streaming on YouTube for years, but still trying to figure out this Twitch stuff. Let's try putting in my stream key again. Oh, I forgot. I had it actually set on a different setting. Okay, let me try something here. Forgot that I had it set on a thing because I was testing it the other day. Okay, save output. Okay, now it should work. Gonna go live? Ah, now it's live. Oh, well, I'm glad somebody noticed. Thank you for saying something, Sam. I thought I was live on Twitch this whole time. You can tell I'm a noob. Yeah, you guys gotta tell me these things. Sheesh. Okay. I'm a noob when it comes to Twitch. I just spent 2 days setting up a whole bunch of alerts since Stream Elements decided to randomly get rid of all of mine. Ah, there we go. Yay! Except it didn't bring in the name. Well, something. Thank you, Stego Florist. I don't know why it didn't work to bring your name in. It was supposed to. But at least the alert worked. That's something. Now I just have to figure out how to fix that. But at least we're on the right track. But yeah, so I was just gonna remake all of my alerts in Stream Elements, but then I saw rumors on YouTube that they might actually be closing down. Hey, Mikey, thank you for the follow. I heard rumors that Stream Elements might be shutting down. And so I was like, you know, I don't want to go and spend a lot of time doing that if that's going to be the case. And so I built them from scratch in streamer.bot, which is not as easy, but I feel better about the possibility that they will not just suddenly go away, I guess. So, yeah. And let's see, actually, save. Just remembered after all the work that I did, I should do a backup there. I just backed up all my settings. Okay, there. All right, have a good night, Stego Florist. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. As I say. And woohoo, we hit 40 followers on Twitch. That's awesome. Woohoo. Thank you guys for the support. Appreciate it. Okay. So I still need to set up more alerts, but I at least have the basics set up now for subscribing, memberships, super chats, raids, stuff like that. At least I don't have as many variations as I would like, but I've at least got the basics set up. So, and I at least know the process now of what I'm doing. Hey, give me the nice, really big boulders. I need those ones for now. Ah, yes, like this one. This is crazy, but look at this. Yeah, this is how snow works in Ark. It's biome dependent. The same rock, the same tree, the same boulder will have snow on it or not, depending on where it is placed. Yeah, let's do a bunch of different things with these, trying to make it look like different things. Okay. Didn't want to take Raven's job? What? I don't know. Oh, you mean on Mikey's streams? No worries. You know, I should just, like I said, you could do, I'm going to go in here and disable the small rocks so I don't have to keep having to cycle through them. Because for now, I'm going to need the large and medium rocks only. Alright. Really grainy over on Twitch. Well, it's because I had to have a bit rate that's lower over there. Why is it grainy on Twitch, huh? It does have to, like, downscale it for Twitch. But, let's see. Yeah, 6,000 bitrate is all that Twitch will allow me to have. Oh, but let's try this. I'll try scaling the output here in AFM multi-stream and see if it does a flurry of scaling. No, sharpen scaling. Let's try the bicubic scaling. See if that does a better job. Let me know if that looks better. Okay. And StreamerBot actually does have combined chat, which why is it disappearing so fast? I don't want it to disappear so fast. So let's should be able to change that, I think. Overlay. Message timeout. Yeah, let's make messages persist for at least, like, I don't know, 60 seconds or something. Okay. And there's supposed to... Oh, there's the streamer bot chat. There. And now hopefully the chat will stick around a little bit longer. And it should be combined, both Twitch and YouTube as well. All right, have a good one, Danny. Have a good night. Okay, now I am also going to do always aligned with ground, because that'll give me a lot more options now too. I have to be really close to these gigantic rocks sometimes. I do love, though, how this mod basically lets you terraform in Arc. Like, you may not be able to dig into the ground, but you can add to it. Come on now. Ah, rotate the other way. Yeah, silly thing. No, I don't like that. It looks better now? Okay. Happens when I move with an object out. Is it still better, or does it still get blurry if I move with an object? It's holding better. It's holding steady now. Okay, yeah, I had to change the downscale filter, which I don't usually downscale. You know, since normally I'm streaming on YouTube and I don't have to. But yeah, Twitch has us newbies throttled. They don't want to give us too much bandwidth until we've earned it, apparently. Not sure if it's when you get to affiliate or if you have to get to partner on Twitch in order to be able to stream in 1440p. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's good. And this, you see over here, this mesh, that's the range on that plant pot that I put down. The range on the pot that I'm currently connected to. If I go outside of there, then I can't place this because, yeah, out of building bounds. I would have to put down another pot over there in order to be able to place things there. Okay, and a lot of this, I want to make this look much more natural. What is it with Valguero and rain? Man, it always rains in this map. Let's fix that, shall we? That's better. All right. Kind of funny, you can see the line where the snow starts. Hey, Addie! Welcome, welcome! Hello! How is your evening going? So Mikey, if you're still here, have you had a chance to play around yet with this new building update? Because I have not. Here's a nice round one. Let's use that to fill in some of these spots. pretty good. Just got done watching JW Dominion. Now back to Arc and stream vibing. Oh, what's that? Is that I'm not familiar with JW Dominion. I did a short on it. Okay, they're probably going to nerf it. Yeah, I did. I haven't gotten a chance to watch a whole video, but I did see some titles and stuff out there about it potentially causing major exploits to be possible. So yeah, they're probably going to have to patch that stuff out. Oh, Jurassic World Dominion. Gotcha. Oh, by the way, I did also, in setting up StreamerBot, I did set up like a little mini game. Zant got to try it out last time, and I did rebalance it since then, Zant. So it should hopefully be better now than it was. But anyway, it's a very simple little game. It's you just type !steal in the chat, and you have I believe it's a 9 out of 10 chance of being unsuccessful at stealing, but 1 out of every 10 times you may be successful. If you are not successful, you will get timed out for 30 seconds. But if you are successful, then you get the the naughty little squirrel who stole all of my bird seed. No luck stealing bird seed, huh? Still caught. Did everybody get caught? It removed you as a moderator. Ouch! Hopefully it'll make you a moderator again when you get back in. Anyway, it's just a goofy little thing. Yeah, that's what you get if you lose the game. But hey, if you keep trying, you might get lucky. It's only 30 seconds, right? The video where I learned how to set this up from, he was saying to do it for 60 seconds, and I was like, oh, that's too mean. Still caught. Okay, it should be, somebody should be successful here pretty soon, I would think. I've also been thinking about adding one of those little stream pet widgets. I've been looking at those. I've got one that I found that's little birds and stuff where you could like have your own little bird pet on the stream and like that like flies around at the bottom of my screen. So, but I'm not sure if that would be more like annoying and distracting or if it would just be fun and people would like it. Like obviously I wouldn't have it on if I was recording a video or something, but you know, for just streaming while I'm working on stuff that I'm not planning on editing into a video could be fun. Oh, you finally were successful, Hazant. Successfully stole the bird seed. Quick. You must have done it a couple of times in a row, though. Because first you were successful and then you were unsuccessful. On Twitch and on YouTube. Oh, no, that's... Okay, I understand what's going on now. I still haven't figured out yet how to split the inputs so that if you do it on Twitch, it only sends the announcement to Twitch. And if you do it on YouTube, it only sends the announcement to YouTube. Right now, no matter which platform you do it on, it sends the chat to both platforms. So I will be figuring out how to fix that, but I have not fixed it yet. So that's why I'm seeing the same message more than once in the chat, is because it's showing it from both platforms in the combined chat. And Mikey is still having no luck with stealing birdseed. I need to figure out a way to make that also like play a sound or something. That would be fun. Yeah, it is. Well, it's registering the command on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time for each time that you enter it on either platform. So yeah, that is less than ideal. I'll get it straightened out eventually. Amazing all the things you can do with just a few different shapes of boulders, since you can tilt them and resize them so much. There is an issue with Castlecraft again. Even if you have them downloaded, some are not showing up in game. I wonder if it's something to do with the recent update, because I don't know which patch note it was in. It's just something I've noticed, but I've noticed that skins are rendering in way faster than they used to. It used to be that I would get into the game and have to sit there and wait for 10 minutes for all of my skins to load in. And now it seems like they either load in basically instantly or not at all. And if it's not at all, it's usually because there's like my download of the mod is outdated or something like that. It needs an update. But you no longer have to wait a long time for skins to download, it seems like. Which is probably helping a lot with lag too. I do appreciate how they are constantly optimizing this game. I'm sure that whatever they did to change the way cosmetics are treated has got to help a lot with lag, because it used to be that first it would register that there's a structure there, and then it would have to try to remember what skin is on it, and that would take extra time. But now it seems like it does all of that at the same time now. Loading anything is horrible. The last few patches have completely lagged me out of everything. Huh. What platform are you on, Abby? Are you on a console or on PC? Because I might be a little spoiled. There's some things that I'm a little concerned about with my PC. I've had an error a couple of times now that actually I was going to ask you about, Mikey, since I know you're more of a PC wizard than I am, but a couple of times now it's given me a warning that your PC has run into an error and must restart, and just shuts down. Apparently, from the limited amount of Googling that I did, this is like the modern version of the blue screen of death. And I don't know why it's doing this. And it worries me that maybe one of my drives is going bad or something. Because that would really suck. I do not want to have to buy a new drive. But I am spoiled in the graphics card department because when I was collecting the parts to build this PC last November and December, I got a really good deal. I was watching prices, thankfully, and the night before Thanksgiving, so pre-Black Friday, I saw some kind of a flash sale on PC Builder, PC Part Picker, or no, it was, what is it? It was on Newegg. It was on Newegg, but anyway, where I got a 5080 for $1,099, which, as Mikey knows, that's like $500 less than it is now. So yeah, I jumped on that one as quick as possible. And so at least I got a good graphics card, even if I don't have as much SSD space as I really would like to have. Because dang, video files take up a lot of space. And I don't like deleting things, because you never know when you'll need some B-roll or something. I stole it. Basically. It did give me a code, and I should have snapped a picture really quick or something, but it was only on the screen for like a few seconds, and then it shut down. So if it happens again, which I hope it doesn't, but if it does happen again, I'll have to pull out my phone real quick and take a picture. It's kind of, doing this kind of makes me wonder what the new world builder thing is going to be like. You know, is the world builder going to work something like this, I wonder? But maybe with additional options? So that'd be cool. You banned me on Twitch. You're still timed out on Twitch? Huh. Well, you should be timed out just for 30 seconds. Oh, but now it's saying that Twitch is being unstable. What is wrong? What are you complaining about now, Twitch? What's your issue? A little below 6,000 bitrate, which is the max Twitch will let me do, apparently. Why? Why are you doing this, Twitch? I have it set to constant bitrate. Definitely building your own map when it comes out. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems like fun. I wonder if it's because you did it several times in a row or something? Did it trigger something? Let's see, is there a way I can check my banned viewers list or something? Moderation. Is it in here? Follower verification. Stop ban viewer. No. Ban viewers. No, I don't have anybody in my currently banned list. So it's not that. I do not know. I don't know why it's being unstable. It's one of those things that I'm just going to have to fine tune it as we go. Try to figure out how to make it behave. This whole automatic snow thing is a little annoying sometimes, because sometimes I want snow where they don't have snow on the terrain, and sometimes I don't want snow where they do. Probably going to need to... Actually, I have a different grass cosmetic. I wonder if that one might look better with the snow. This one's kind of a little rougher looking. But I don't know if it has a variant for... No, it doesn't have a slope variant at all for ramps. But see, it looks a little bit more like I don't know, like rougher terrain or something. Should I like paint the grass to make it look like there's snow on it, since I can't get rid of the snow that's on the boulders? Do white, and let's do it in just like one region at a time, because we don't want it completely white. 2, 3. Does it even work? Some skins don't let you paint them. And this would be one of them. Okay, then. Gachas can produce structures on ASA? I think I heard that they can produce some kinds of structures. What are your gachas giving you, Zant? Chocolate. That's some good dark chocolate. This brand is the best chocolate that I am currently in love with. This is only my second favorite flavor of theirs, though. This sea salt dark chocolate it's really, really good. But they have one now that is dark chocolate mint with cookie bits in it. And oh my gosh, it is to die for. Large cellar door. Well, if you got a grinder, you'll get lots of goodies from your gachas that you can use, I guess. Let me see what kinds of plants are in here. I think there's like some nice mosses and stuff in this mountain vegetation planter. Okay, yeah, we got trees, but let's see what else we got. Some nice bushes. Definitely want to place some of those. It's so weird in ASA how they move when you move them around. And we got some grass tufts. Oh, this grass is good. That'll be handy for some things, I think. Put some little, like, water plant. Here, I'll plant some underneath my fake water, maybe. I'm gonna need to put something on the ground in here to make it look like sand or gravel or something. And here's a little tip for placing plants that I did not learn from art, but from real life landscaping, and that is never place plants by themselves. You always want to put them in a cluster. One plant by itself, one plant of a particular type by itself will look kind of sparse and lonely. You always want to put them in a cluster, preferably an odd numbered cluster, because it just looks more pleasing to our eye. A cluster of like 3 or 5 or 7 looks a lot better than a cluster of 4 or 6 or 8, typically. Just looks more natural. Ooh, some flowers I can place. I'll probably place more. I just want to remember that these are even in here. And back to the trees. Mountain vegetation planter does not have a whole lot of the types of mountain vegetation I was expecting. Pretty much just the bush and the grasses. But that is nice because Sandy's grass skins from cabin structures have they're great, but they're not perfect because the ramp corner variant does not mesh cleanly with the grass. It's got this different texture to it. So I'm going to have to find ways of hiding that. I'm going to probably put a lot of boulders and stuff around to strategically cover some things too, but also use a little bit of grass here and there. Also put some of this as underwater grass. Cellar door, metal and stone gates, water tanks, and other things. Interesting. Okay, back to that again. Okay, let's see. This is the shared vegetation planter. And this one, I only just recently learned, has actually more than one variant. But you hit R. Well, not R. Where is it? What do you... It's got A and B. How do I change between the different planter types? How do I do that? Is it on the pot itself? Ah, yeah, that's where it is. Okay, so I've got to place one. I've got to change the variant before putting it down. And then there's another one here. Meanren told me about that. So that's where the cattails are and the water lilies. Also, most of the time, plants look better and more natural around the edges of things and not just like out in the middle. Because that's kind of where they tend to grow naturally. Grass is going to come in handy for sure. And got these water plants as well. Let's see, where's a good spot for these? And that's the one I was looking for. Ooh, and there's one with flowers. Mix a few of those in. Sell the illusion that this is real water. This here, though, this grass, this is going to come in handy, I think. Did it give you back your moderator role on Twitch, Zant? I think you have. Then you're back to being moderator. I guess you can't otherwise time out a moderator, which I guess makes sense. Not entirely sure what is going on here. Why this doesn't have grass skin. Go back to always align with ground. I also want that advanced rotation back for the rocks. There you go. That looks good. Once we stick some ferns and bushes in these, then it'll really look natural. Stuff like this, though, this is why, since I played Ark, I haven't really gotten into any big real-life craft projects, which I used to be... Well, I used to say that I never met an art or a craft I didn't like. And I mean, I've tried a lot of them and I enjoy them all, but they're messy, they're expensive, you know. Yes, I've done painting of various kinds. I've done scrapbooking and collaging, and I've sewn costumes and clothing, and I've done quilting, and I've done needlework, and I've all kinds of different stuff. Little bit of pottery, little bit of crochet, you know, typical ADHD artist type. But all of those things, the supplies for them are expensive, they're messy. You have to clean up all the supplies when you're done. And it just kind of adds to clutter as well, because like, how many paintings does one house really need, right? And you can give them away as gifts for a while, but eventually it's like, you don't want to give other people more than they want or need either, which is why I like digital crafting now. I can get my crafty fix making virtual things that don't add to real life clutter and don't cost money for the individual supplies. It's a wonderful thing. Third acro knocked out today. Wow. Okay, it gave you back the moderator role each time, and that's good. I like how this kind of looks like drifted snow around the edges. It just in the middle here. This is going to bug me. The fact that there's only snow around the edges. I mean, it does get like that sometimes in places where it snows, you know, where you got the snow that's been pushed off to the sides and it's melted in the middle and you got green grass, but just... I would prefer more of a gentle transition between the two, that's all. You cooperate, silly thing. And it's raining again. Not anymore. And fill it in here as we go. Oh, I think I must... Oh, it's because I've changed planters again. I gotta go in here and uncheck these again. Oh, no, I want the medium ones. I do want the small ones. There we go. First two was lucky on Astraeus. Found a male and female pair of 150s. Wow. Did they have good stats too? I know sometimes 150s have what we used to call the curse of the 150, where they had like stats that were kind of average across the board and not really great in any particular stat. Sometimes 145s would actually be better. But sometimes you get a 150 that had actually really good stats. Female had 47 melee. Wow, male had 41 health and stam. Jeez, you did get lucky. Wow. So why are you even taming a third one then? Was it good colors or something? Or good weight? S variant. Oh, nice. I didn't realize there was already an S acro. Nakatos has been busy. Well, I think the creature mods are one that he contracts out. I don't think he actually does the creatures himself, but still, even if he farmed that out to a team member or contractor, still been busy with getting that done so quickly after they were added to the game. I still have never tamed one, actually, because I just have not had a chance to be playing the game in survival very much between building and doing events. But, you know, I mean, it's a decision I made. I decided that I wanted to play games other than Ark, and I keep needing to put together Ark events and getting ideas for builds I want to do. So that means that when I'm playing in survival, I'm usually playing another game these days, like Subnautica or Green Hell, which I do want to stream some Green Hell soon. I think I've got about one more video recorded of my Green Hell playthrough, but then after I finish that and upload it, I think I'm probably just going to stream it after that. Use a mana to tame one, huh? And practice the dance of hit while in defense stance and jumping off during the correct roar and not the trick roar. Oh wow, sounds complicated. I am going to use skins on these walls as well, but just have not gotten around to adding those just yet. Alrighty. Need some more smooth looking rocks to like help smooth down these piles of rocks. So they're looking a little rough. Yeah, like this one's got a smooth side. Now, this one's pretty good. You know, this kind of makes me wonder, game developers, like the people who made the landscapes of Skyrim, I wonder if they have like made up geological histories for these maps, like, you know, the geological history of Skyrim, like were there glaciers, like do they have ways in which the terrain specifically makes sense with the history of the landscape, even if it's not something that they've actually put into the game. I always like it when developers or writers or whatever have stuff like that, you know, pieces of lore that they don't even include in the finished product just because it helps make the world feel more rich and lived in. Deeper in there so it can smooth things out. Yeah. I don't want to cover up a pretty red tree. Miss the days when snow owls would drop like 30 pellets out of their sandbar refilled. Do they not drop as many now? Guess they rebalance that. This is probably way too many rocks. I think I've gone a little overboard here. I should probably start on the interior. I haven't even started on the other side very much, but it's okay. I think we've done enough of that for now. We should start on the inside. Stretch. You can get 2 and you have to make them manually do it. Oh, spit out the pellets. Do they not drop pellets in the Dino Depot terminal anymore? I thought they used to. Okay. Now. will in the Bavarian, but you have... I think you can turn that on. I don't think I have that turned off. I think that's something you can enable in the terminals. Because I'm pretty sure they use it, some of the other people use it with the dung beetle to put fertilizer in their crop plots. Yeah, the thing is, it's posting the command twice. It's posting it in both Twitch and YouTube each time. So that's why it might be registering it twice, and why in the combined chat it shows up twice. I'll figure out a fix for that, but I haven't yet. Okay, let me pull up some pictures of this on the inside and remind myself of the details of what Dragonreach looks like on the inside. I have a bunch of pictures that I saved. From online. And I will share them with y'all. There we go. And now let's see. So this is showing a real Viking build compared to part of Dragonreach. Somebody created a top-down floor plan view, which is very helpful. So these are pillars, I think. So this is this lower entry area that I'm in right now, and then there's all these sets of steps up to here, where we've got tables and a central fireplace and the throne room area. And we've got the kitchens off to one side and the court wizard chamber on the other. And another view of that, we've got braziers here too. But so we've got flat areas on either side of the stairs on the way up. So in arc terms, I would say that this is about half a wall high 4 times. So this needs to be 2 walls high in total. We'll look at the roof details more later. And this is the dungeons. And here's looking back towards the entrance again. Court wizard's chamber. This is part of the upstairs, I think. So there's Jarl Balgruuf. We've got little seating area off to the side there. These are interesting because it's like an arch that doesn't have a pillar down there. You would think that that would have a pillar, or you would think that it would just be the half arch, but I guess they decided to do that as a decorative detail. We've got the fancy trusses in the kitchen. Oh, and this is that area where they've got a dragon skeleton. Very cool. Oh, you know what? I think this might have been somebody's modded version or something that added this. Because this looks like the main throne room area, and I don't think that was there in the game. It does look pretty cool, though. But here's looking back towards the main front door again. So we have flags in there too, and chandeliers. And then we got braziers. I think this is a modded version also, but I thought it was pretty cool. These are cool too. Also, I think a modded version that's fancier than the regular one. I like that this has a dragon skull over the throne. I think that originally it was like a moose head or something, wasn't it? Or maybe it was a dragon skeleton. I can't remember. It's been so long since I played Skyrim. I would love to play it again sometime. But I have to think of some kind of unique challenge or something, which I have a few ideas. But it's one of those things where, since it's not a first-time playthrough, I would have to think of some other way to make it different from just, oh, playing Skyrim again. Hey, Evan! Welcome, welcome! Zant, you could ask Aaron about that, because I don't think that that's intentional, and that is something that I think can be changed with the in-game admin menu. I think this is the upstairs dining room, the private dining area for the Jarl. And this is one of those side sitting areas. This is definitely a modded version, but I thought it was pretty cool. And some of the modded versions kind of give me ideas for decor, because it doesn't have to be, exactly like the real one in the game, because, it's my version of Dragonreach. So I can use a little artistic license here and there. This is the dungeon. This is the actual kitchen, which is a lot more sparse than that modded version. Okay, now this is another view of the entry, which I wanted to look at that. Okay, so the arches are different here. They are closer together than up there. Playing Hunter Call of the Wild. Oh, how's that been? I have not played that. And then looking back. Yeah. Another sitting area. Side table. I think this is another rendering of it in another game or something. This does not look quite like Skyrim, but sometimes it's nice to see a few different versions, because it helps me to see, okay, what do they all have in common? Obviously, those are the most important features that make it recognizable, are the ones that they all have in common. Like, of course, this arrangement of the tables and the central fire and the, the general shapes of the rooms and stuff. Okay, now there was a good picture back closer to the beginning here. Okay, this has got the stairs. Okay, I wanted to look at this. So there's 3 levels before the main level. I think these are actually braziers, so all with braziers on them. Okay, I may have to raise the level of the floor. I'll have to see if that's something that would be feasible to do. So I was kind of planning on the level of the floor being here, but it doesn't have to be necessarily. And it's just that if I end up lowering the level of the floor here in order to make this a full 2 walls high, that will change up some things. Like, I'll have to get rid of the stairs here. Which, do we need to have this be a step up? We could just make it be like flat, I suppose. Just everything that I change makes other things I have to change. take another look at the outside. And I scoured the internet to find views of this from all different angles. You can see the boulders here that are like strewn in and around the terrain there. That's what I was kind of trying to replicate with vegetation planters. And then I'm going to use some cosmetic mods and stuff to change up the look of the walls a little bit. Still need to also add kind of some spiky fence there. I really need to have more, the grass needs to be more brown though. I'm probably going to have to find a different thing to do for the grass. I think there's some cosmetics that have like straw, like for inside barns. Something like that might work. Just a second here. There's a knock on the door. Sorry. Well, you guys were just a great excuse for me to get rid of some Mormons on my doorstep. I just told them I'm in the middle of a live stream. Okay, so now what the heck why is now YouTube complaining about my bitrate? I just checked my internet before starting this, and I've got 300 both down and up. So there is no reason why it should be throttling my bitrate. It's probably on YouTube's side, to be honest. YouTube, why are you throttling my bitrate? Why would you do that to me? Sometimes I wonder if they do stuff like that to me because I turn ads off or something. I wonder if I turned the ads back on, if they would give my stream a little bit more priority. Come on now, why are you doing this? I've got it set to 13,500 kilobytes per second. Don't need that, I guess. I can turn that off. What is that? Optimizes the use of rate. I guess Rye would help that. Okay, now what did it do? Ah! Okay, it disconnected and then reconnected. I don't know what it did. It still says unstable on YouTube. I mean on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know. Everything looks fine from my end. Just gonna have to mess around with it some more later. But anyway, got these details. You can tell I've been studying this in a lot of detail. I still need to find some way to do these dragon head things. I've been hoping to find a cosmetic mod that had something like that. I have not yet. Oh, and this is useful. This is a top-down view of Whiterun. Which, as you can see, I mean, they did a good job of making it so it feels like you can get lost in the city, but it's not nearly big enough to actually be a city. Like, look how few houses there are. It's basically a village. But hey, for what, 2013 or whenever it came out, they did pretty dang good. Okay. This was just a concept art. These I still have not figured out how to do either. These fancy, weird looking pillar things, but I'll figure out something. I might have to use some move tool action, but I'll try my best. And there's a Minecraft version. But this is cool. They got a bench actually and some like statuary in among all the rocks and stuff. But something like this is also useful because it just shows the most important details that help define it so that I know how to prioritize. And I got so distracted looking at them, I didn't even notice. Now show me that front door again. Is there a step there or is there not? Doesn't look like there's much of one. Doesn't have to be a step there, I guess. Yeah, the Viking cosmetic mod is really cool, and I've got it on here, and I'm going to definitely be using it for some decor items, but the actual structures, it doesn't have, they're just rustic looking. They're just really rustic looking. They don't really have anything like these nicely carved details or things like those dragon heads. Not that I could find anyway. Okay, back to just the game. I think I am going to get rid of these. And it's hit me. Now this, yeah, that's the thing, is this is actually a 1/3 wall from CKF, so these stairs are not a full quarter wall in height. So a quarter wall, yeah, this is less than a quarter wall. But it's not a one, yeah, it's actually a vanilla adapter, I think is what it is. No, it is a 1/3 wall. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because these quarter walls are actually half a wall tall. Okay. That means if I get rid of this, it'll actually be a little bit of a step down. And then stairs going up, which seems a little weird. I don't know. Three. So this would be like, feels so dark here. Let's play around with the time of day. Gamma doesn't really work great in ASA because it just makes everything look washed out. But I might have to mess with gamma at least a little bit, but usually just changing the time can help a lot. That's better. Okay, so that would be just 3, which, you know, most people probably don't know that it's supposed to be 4. So most people probably wouldn't even notice the difference. I don't know. Okay, so that's the same level as the top of each flight of stairs. There's the flat area there. Okay. Trying to guesstimate how big everything is in arc sizes. It's interesting trying to do that kind of conversion. Oh, I've got some links saved here to like a 3D look. Let me see if I can find those. There's a 360 video of the outside. Oh, no, 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 stop. Don't play video, audio. No, that's not what I wanted. Mute. And... okay. It's like got a fisheye lens or something effect. Okay. Got it. A very interesting puzzle. There's also a bird's eye view of Whiterun, but it mostly just shows the outside of the castle. The most useful thing I was able to find actually for the outside of the castle was this 3D model that somebody made. It takes a second to finish loading in, but yeah, check this out. Yeah, this was really handy for being able to build the outside. Of course, my terrain's a little different, but generally, that's the overall look. I think this have the, yeah, this has some shots of the inside. Never mind. I don't have any like 3D things that let me really zoom in on the inside and look around the same way as that 3D model does. But I think I got the main gist. How is it looking on Twitch, whoever it is that's still hanging out over there? Probably the Zant. It's showing a black screen right now. Why is that? The screen is not black. Did the game crash? I bet the game crashed. Yep. Yep, it's frozen. Dang it. Why, game? Why? This is actually the first crash I've had in a while. Yep. I'm gonna have to like shut it down with Task Manager. It's not even popping up a message or anything. It's just completely frozen. Okay, just give me a second here to open it up again. Screen of darkness indeed. Well, let me get it loaded up again. In the meantime, you can enjoy my new, lovely Just Chatting scene. Come on now. Well, at least it doesn't still think I'm connected or something. That always is annoying. Streamer bot chat went all weird on here. Why is that? Oh, geez, why? It is very strange here. And now I'm falling through the world. Whew. Well, at least I was able to get into GCM before I died. It's something, I suppose. Wow, a lot of water under Valguero. Oh. Now, just a second here. Let me fix the chat here, and then I will switch back to the game scene. There we go. That should be better. Now. Okay, it looks like it works. That's good. All right, now let's switch back to the game. All right, now just give it a minute. There we go. Yeah, I think this will be about right. No, that's darker. No, that's even darker. Okay, other direction. Okay, that should be a little more visible. Now, how wide should this be? I think that looks like the landing between the levels is about right here. And then this portion here actually goes like that. I'm gonna be stupid. I mean, there's more than one way to make you do what I want you to do. We'll put a quarter ceiling back there, and then you'll have to go forward where it wants you. Okay. Now, is this enough space for everything we need in here? There's supposed to be a gallery in here as well, so I've got to figure out how to fit that in. It's going to be really interesting trying to figure out this interior layout, but I've got to finish this build, because if I don't finish it before Genesis comes out, I'm probably never going to finish it. It'll be quite frank. And I do not want to have an unfinished castle hanging over me. It's not centered. So, what are you looking forward to the most about Genesis coming out Gen 1? Now, let's enter this. Missing a couple things, you think? You don't think the inside looks quite ready for Jarl Balgruuf to move in just yet? Okay, that helps me like center this. Okay. So this is the center. I'm not going to be part of this monarchy season, unfortunately. Mikey, are you going to be there? Have you applied to join? Because I just am not going to have time. I'm going to be moving this summer, probably end of June, early July, right when they're doing that. And then also there's Extra Life to start getting ready for, so just ain't in the cards for me at this time. I tried to think of a way to fit it in, but just would not work. You'd be quite chilly and have to snuggle. You better not have a Khajiit hide rug. You better not. Can you imagine? I think they have like, don't they have like giant snow cats or something that are like saber-toothed tigers? I bet he's got one of those skins, or maybe he's got a troll skin or something. Rug. What is this Extra Life thing you're talking about? I wonder. Mikey has no idea what that is. Well, I don't know if you saw it, but I put the word out on Twitter that I am recruiting more volunteers for it because we're going to need them, because I'm hoping to make this year even bigger and better than last year, but I can't possibly do that myself. So that means I'm going to need a bigger team. We would love to have you help, Zant. Absolutely would love to have you help. The more the merrier. I'll be like tagging volunteers at various points, you know, just when there's things to do. And just so you know, I don't usually tag people individually unless I happen to remember that they've said they wanted to be involved in a particular project. So yeah, by all means use initiative. If you see something that you'd be interested in helping with, just jump in and just let us know, because I'm not going to be inviting each person individually to each project, because there's just going to be too many projects going on to make that feasible. Is what I'm hoping to do, actually, is to recruit not just more guests and more builders and volunteers, but also to recruit more event planners. So, like, I know there's some creators who plan events for their communities. There's also, server clusters that do events all the time. And so people like that, I'm going to try to get them involved in possibly kind of hosting a segment of the overall stream on their cluster. And if they want to put together and host the actual event that's going on there, I can help hook them up with some guests, some streamers to take part in it, which will also help give some added visibility and advertising to their cluster if they're looking for more members, which most of the time, most of the ones I'm aware of are. So it should be hopefully a nice way to figure out a win-win for everybody. But you know, like we have a particular segment hosted by Ascension Cluster or whatever. We have a particular segment hosted by such and such cluster with these streamers involved as guests. And I can generally know, you know, okay, this is the type of activity that they're planning, but then they'd be responsible for actually building and putting that together themselves and probably hosting the actual event themselves, because I cannot stay up for 24 hours again this year like I did last year. That was insane, and I am too old for that. I also do need to get more people involved in other parts of the world to help with the during the night portions over here, like more Aussies and Kiwis. I really need more Australians and New Zealanders involved, because they would be perfect for hosting the portions that are during the night here in the United States and Europe. Hey Gex, welcome, welcome. You reading through the chat before? He was talking about my settings on the cluster for the Dino Depot terminal. I think something is up with those that maybe needs to be adjusted. These dang ghost trees. I might not have chosen Valguero as the map to do this on if I'd known it had such a problem with ghost trees. These are so annoying. But trees in the middle of my castle. Wait, what? What is going on with this? Why are you a weird height? Okay, I think it's probably because it's measured from the ground underneath this floor. So yeah, I think I'm just going to need to get rid of this step here. Which means I'm going to have to redo this gate as well, probably. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Oops. What is the height from the floor up there down to this actual subfloor? $107, jeez. Like, places like that, as far as I'm concerned, that's not fit for human habitation. That's the planet saying, okay, you can move now. You are no longer welcome here, humans. This is now a territory that should only be lived in by lizards and rattlesnakes, and humans should move out. Because that is insane. I don't know how people can live in places like that. I really, really don't. Okay, so this is still not an even height. What is going on? I think it art. Oh, it's because we got some jank going on out here. think. I tried to keep it jank free, but that ain't ever gonna happen. That's okay. I can work with jank. It adds whimsy. It makes it whimsical. Just as long as I don't have to rebuild the outside, because I ain't rebuilding the outside. That would just be crazy. That would be... no. That is not a thing that can happen. But then if this was the height... then how would that look? At least over Texas heat or Arizona. Ugh. I would rather take the -10 in the winter of Iowa than this heat. Yeah. Yeah, I would... same, probably. Same. In the deserts of Nevada currently, because of some contracts I had lined up. Now that they ended, I want to move somewhere nice and cold. Yeah, I definitely would as well. Well, you know, maybe you can move in with Purple up in Alaska. Ask him if he needs a roommate. He's kind of remote, though, where he lives, I think. 108 degrees. Seriously. I don't know how people live in places like that. I really, really don't. Like, where I live, the main problem is just that the rent is too high. The property prices are completely bonkers insane. And we don't even have to pay for air conditioning here because it doesn't get that crazy hot, usually. We've had a few... Usually it hits the triple digits in the summer for maybe a week, maybe two. And other than that, it's usually in the 80s, maybe the 90s in the summer. Sometimes you'll have a week or two that's in the 70s, which in my mind, that's about perfect. Upper 70s, maybe low 80s. That's about perfect summer temperatures in my mind. '90s, it's starting to get a little toasty, and yeah, if it hits the triple digits, then it's yeah, I'm not leaving my house. I'm staying close to my portable air conditioner since most houses here don't have full house air conditioning. I think this could potentially be fine. See how it looks on the sides, though. Well, it's still a little bit below the windows. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. But I need some quarters in there. 90s to 103s the last week in Sacramento area. Ouch. Car's thermometer read 96. Well, yeah, definitely gets hotter in the car, that's for sure. But yeah, temperatures like that, I remember temperatures like that when I was a kid in Northern California. Those were the days when you had to be careful getting into the car because the seatbelt could burn you. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this height inside. This is just going to look better, I think. And it's storming out there again. Now, if only we could do that in real life. Superheat end. Cheat CE skies of blue. Now you are still supported, right? Should be. But just to be safe, make a double triple sure that you are supported. Turn on debug structures and take a look. Pillar, flatwood. Is our ceiling. Not foundation. What is providing foundation support around here? Let's put some pillars down, and I'm going to switch these to the B+ variant, which gives foundation support. Just be safe. Make sure none of my walls and roofs are going to collapse on me, because that would be very, very sad. Hey, Al! Welcome, welcome, hello! Glad to see you here. I hope you have been having a wonderful evening. I'm gonna build around my ghost tree here. Sure, we're all supported. Blame Gex. And Zant says, I left my hat on the dash of my dad's truck during church. Went to put it on after it had been in direct sunlight for 3 hours. Surprised I wasn't branded. How? Yeah. That does not sound good. I am doing good. Just trying to figure out this interior here. because building the exterior is just the first part of the process, of course. Got multiple levels. We were studying pictures earlier of the way this structure is supposed to look. Actually, let's do... Ah! That was dumb. Well, I can replace that. At least I didn't lose any roof, but, yeah. I need this to be about right there, I think. Yeah. Okay, now... yeah, something along these lines. Oh, the music is actually the Skyrim soundtrack, which, yes, is very fitting, and it's just great music. I actually bought the Skyrim soundtrack on Steam just for working on this project. Oh, I think that's right. Yeah, like that. Skyrim's story was great, and the whole talking to the dragons was awesome, not spoiling more. Well, the game's been out for like, what, 15 years? I figure people are not entitled to avoid spoilers forever and ever and ever. If they haven't played it by now, they should go play it, but not expect to be able to avoid all spoilers. But yes, a fabulous game. But I agree. But I think I agree with a lot of people. I am definitely not alone in this, that I think the storytelling was better in Oblivion. The storytelling was better. in Oblivion, and I like the alchemy better and the lockpicking better in Oblivion as well. But the caves and dungeons in Skyrim are better. They started to all look the same after a while in Oblivion. And of course the graphics are a lot better in Skyrim. The graphics in Oblivion were pretty bad. It did bother me at the time, the fact that I could not make a character that I liked the look of. All of the characters were ugly. That was the reason I installed my first mod for Oblivion, was I was looking for one to let me make a good-looking character. I ended up playing around with all kinds of mods, even though it was a pain in the butt to mod Oblivion back in the day, because you also had to install like 2 or 3 other programs just for managing the mods, because you couldn't do it via Steam Workshop or whatever back then. Okay, so that's how the stairs are supposed to be, but then is the room going to feel deep enough? Yeah, I think these might need to move forward, which is a pain. Let me pull up my pictures again. Yeah, the top stairs should be definitely this side of the doorways to these rooms, but this is a doorway. I haven't added the doorways yet. Now, how does the sides of this room go? Is it all, I think it's all straight and level with this. And there is an area slightly lower than that. There's dungeons looking back towards the entrance. That opening, I'd say that's probably about 2 wall widths wide. And it's just like a pass through. There's no door there. So, okay, we've got one set of stairs, and then that's looks like about a ceiling width. And then we've got another set, and we've got our dais, whatever. Couple of braziers. This definitely looks like it's about a half wall height. Okay, so there's the doorway to the room. I'd say mine does not have to fit this exactly, but I'm just trying to get a sense of where about this is. It looks like there's like 1, 2. It's like 3 ceilings to the front of this, I think, from the edge of that doorway opening. I haven't built my doorways here yet either, so let's see if we can make this work. I'm probably going to need to pull the whole thing forward. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. This mountain is kind of making a problem. I didn't realize I was going to need to go so far back. I'm not going to rebuild the whole dang thing. I'm going to figure out a workaround, or we're just going to change it up. But I am not enough of a perfectionist to rebuild all of this just because of that. See, all of this, it took me like 20, 30 hours. I am not rebuilding all of that just because I'm now wishing that this main building was a couple of ceiling widths wider. I was mostly going off of the windows on the outside when figuring out the widths, because these have the right number of windows on the outside, assuming that each one is, you know, takes up one arc wall. But of course, the proportions in Skyrim are different. They're not going off of arc units, so things are bound to be different. I could also just raise up this floor and make this be instead of 4, make it 3. That would definitely help. I'm probably going to need to do that. Mikey would have torn it down and rebuilt it 6 times. Yeah. Aaron probably would have as well. I know Captain Fat Dog would have, but I am much more lazy than those guys. I am way too ADHD for that. I would rather figure out a workaround, embrace the imperfection, and move on to something else. I just, you know, say that it gives me an organic building style. It's whimsical. That's what makes something look organic or whimsical, is it has to have that element of imperfection. If it is too perfect, then it always is going to look man-made instead of whimsical and like nature is reclaiming it or something. Okay, now if I pull that a little bit forward, now do I have a view showing these windows on the side? Of course, this is somebody's artistic rendering, so this may not be to scale either. They actually have it. They do have it deeper on this side because this is window, this is window, this is window, and then that wall is right here. So yeah. So that would essentially mean like a wall like right there. Which, yeah, I think that would actually be good. I think that would work. Because this is like a foyer. This doesn't have to be super wide or anything. And that'll make more room for the impressive staircase. But I'm still not sure we can really get 4 landings in there. We might have to still just do 3. Let's see. Okay. Need some B+ ceilings that make their own foundation support here. Because, yeah, these floors are going to be on a different snap point level than the walls, because the walls have to mesh with the roof. So I'll just have to remember that. A little bit of jank, but I can deal with a little bit of jank. I'll make it work. It's an ancient castle. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's a character. Right? I think this could work. That's too wide, and then we do this here. And I would probably continue the wall like this. Put a pantry or something back there. Connect it to the kitchen. Probably. I remember stuff like this from the Hogwarts build, though. There was so much jank in that build. It wasn't even funny. But hey, it all worked out in the end, right? Like now, we will just go down from above. Now you're going to get pain in the butt. Not going to let me go through there? Fine. We'll use a quarter then. Embrace the jank. Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad idea if I make shirts sometime. Maybe I should make shirts that say that. I do. I did set up emotes on Twitch. I set up a few different things on Twitch now. I'm still working on setting up more, but you know, we'll get there. I even bought some new emotes on Etsy, which is where I get most of my graphics and stuff. Need some of these guys. Was it this one or was it? No, it wasn't the. Oh, it was this one. It was the half timber. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna give this a ceiling to snap to or something. Hold it for a second here. There. No. Must have been the wood one. Yeah, it's the steep wood. You saw the twerking pigeon? Yeah. When I saw that one, I had to have it. But yeah, I tried to keep with the bird theme overall, but definitely found some fun stuff. Okay, now from the edge of this doorway to the top of the stairs. Yeah, that's not, it's not going to be 3, it's going to be more like 2, but we'll make it work somehow or other. We are not looking for perfection here. Finished is better than perfect. Okay. I'm going to need to get off pretty soon. I think my hubby's probably heading home from volleyball pretty soon here. I do hope that I'll be able to stream more often now. But well, with the moving and stuff, I may not have as much time to edit, so I'm hoping to be able to make more time to stream instead. We shall see. And I do wish I had more space in here now. I think I'd be okay with coming over one more ceiling width. It would just look a lot better. Okay. I need to do that. Okay. Now did I make it too far back? So we'll see. That's why I try to mock it up as much as possible before adding detail. Oh, no, I think it should be about perfect. Just have to see if this works. No, it actually should be forward more, actually. Well, yeah, that is edge of the stair. And that is almost even with it too. So yeah, I think we're going to need to go forward about another half a ceiling. So let's start from this end this time. Yeah. Okay, and that should allow room for a table and table going in front of the door to like over here-ish, I guess. And the fire pit would be about here. I think that should work. There's a fun twerking pigeon, but I also have a lot of new emotes and alerts and stuff. Like there's a fun one for new subscribers on YouTube, as well as followers on Twitch, and also like for members and for all of the different things. I mean, I don't have as many variants as I would like to add eventually. But at least I got the basics made, and I had to make them all from scratch. I did not just buy an emotes, I mean an alerts pack or something. I actually had to like build them in StreamerBot. Like I practically had to learn programming. Way more complicated than I thought it was going to be, but now I know how to do it. Now it's a thing I can do, so. My theory is that it's always a good thing to learn a new skill, right? wide, I think, for the top here. Terrain is going to be annoying. Music, yeah, I think that was like combat music, because I've got just the entire Skyrim soundtrack playing. So yeah, some of it is combat music. Have another look at this throne dais. Okay, we maybe have a look a little closer. Okay. Yeah, I didn't make this big enough, but we're gonna make it work. This is not a full quarter wall higher. I might use the 1/3 wall here, actually. Yeah. Actually, I think maybe this should be wider. Oh, which one was the one I was looking at? Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say that's about 2 ceiling widths wide. Okay. Yeah, that'll be better, I think. Okay, and now for the 1/3 wall height, I don't want the actual texture. have the CKF walls? Because I tried and I could not figure out a way to paint those so they blend in. They're just their own color and they're not really designed to be mixed with vanilla or other mods. And so what I do instead is I'm going to put them like in the back here. And then, come on. And then do the dais. And hopefully I'll be able to cover that with some kind of decor, but that's a problem for future Songbird to deal with. And then I'll just go down from the ceiling. Sometimes I just have to have faith that my future self will figure out some kind of solution for the problems that I'm making for myself now. Got sidetracked with Aatrox deciding to fight the fence. We all know it's Xant's fault, okay? Never knew an English Mastiff could lose to a fence. Well, I've heard that they're not the smartest dogs in the world, so... I mean, I could kind of see it happening. You know, a lot of those purebred breeds, in my opinion at least, are not as smart as the mutts. I'm more of a mutt person. Best dog I ever had was one that I got as a teenager and had until my early 20s. His name was Akela, and he was the best dog ever. He was so smart and so protective of my younger siblings and the farm and everything. And I got him in a parking lot for free from somebody who was giving away puppies. And if you believe what they told us, and they said that he was 3/4 German Shepherd, blonde German Shepherd, because he was mostly cream-colored, 3/4 blonde German Shepherd, and 1/4 Coyote. So, yeah. Apparently, he had a grandparent who was allowed to run around when they were in heat. And, yeah, so he was part Coyote. And... I mean, I could believe it because he ran differently from most other, like, German Shepherds and stuff that I've seen. Like, most dogs run with their heads up for the most part, but he ran with his head kind of down at shoulder level, more like a wolf or a coyote. And he had this long lope that just looked effortless and could just eat up the miles. He would run laps around our 5 acres, checking on things, making sure everything was the way it should be. And also he was more vocal than any other dog I've ever had. The dog took offense to something it said. Ha ha ha. Good one, Xant. But yeah, Kayla would... when we would get home from somewhere, he would come to greet me, come greet the family, and be going, oh, you know, just, it sounded like he was coming as close as possible with a dog's vocal cords to saying hello. He was just really vocal, and he would actually howl sometimes too. So I don't know if it's all just normal German Shepherd stuff, or if he had something else in there, or if he actually was part coyote, but he was a great dog anyway. Yeah, I think that looks good. Might make this bigger. Like that-ish. Yeah. There. I think that works. It's not exactly like the game, but very few people look at pictures of the actual game as closely as I've been for this build. Nobody else is going to notice or care. Except Mikey. Mikey will notice and care, but we all know that he's crazy, so. Uncle has a German Shepherd. She likes to burrow like a rabbit. Likes to dig tunnels, huh? Yeah, this will work. Some of this music reminds me of Lord of the Rings. Like this one definitely does. Like the ones with vocals in them. Yeah, that looks good. That should be blocked by the back of the throne or whatever that I put there. And we'll have pillars here. But we need to put some upside down gables there. Okay, and then we're gonna need pillars. And I'm probably gonna end, you know what, actually let me just do these. I think I will use I'll use the ASR wood pillars because that gives me more options. I can leave it the vanilla variant and then I can put skins on it, or I could change it to the wood beam variant if there aren't any skins that work for what I want. Right at that. Since I lowered it, I'm gonna have to fill in the gap with more quarter walls. Or I could do some other kind of pattern with the sloped walls. ASR wood beam. What is this? ASR wood wall. Okay. Hey Steve, welcome. Hello. 2 hours later, still building. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna need to get off pretty soon too. Jeez, it's almost 10 p.m. I really gotta get off. But yeah, I've made a lot of progress. As you can see, I'll just do a little fly through, show where we're at on the inside here. We got these stairs set up and figured out where the fire pit's going to be. And the dais at the front. And then on the outside, we added a bunch of plants to the water. And we added a bunch of boulders to the terrain as well. Make it look like this. It still needs more to make it look fully integrated into the terrain, but made a good start on that anyway. Some of these I'm probably going to have to get rid. I'm going to have to fine tune the boulder situation for sure. But yeah. So we made a lot of progress. And I'm going to have to get off for the night, though. Let's see if anybody is still streaming. Maybe some of the Aussies might be. Let us see. Okay, on YouTube. What's going on here? Come on. There we go. Okay. Come on, YouTube. Don't lag out on me now. Live. Customization. Redirect. Who is streaming? Well, Crisp Nugget is streaming on YouTube. And a Deinonychus take on the Gamma something or other. He's doing some boss fight. Codiations, I haven't talked to him in a hot minute. He is playing a brutal open world game. I don't know what game that is that he's playing. Some new game. And Captain McRummy is going on some kind of taming adventure. And a Hippo Head is doing a birthday stream on Valheim. You guys probably want more art, right? Curious what what Quotations is up to, but yeah, let's go raid Crisp Nugget. Let's raid Crisp Nugget. He's always fun. So we'll raid him on YouTube. And make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you haven't gone on over to the Twitch, it would be awesome if you wouldn't mind giving me a follow over there as well. I'm still trying to grow on Twitch. Brand spanking new over there. So every follow helps. Let me see if I can pull up a link for y'all. I should have put that, I should have pinned it in my chat or something. That would have been smart. I should have pinned it in my... Did I think of that? No. Well, anyway. I can put that in the YouTube chat over here. And let's see, who are we going to raid on Twitch? Captain McRummy and Quotations. Okay, Gothic 1 is the game that Quotations is streaming. Huh. Don't know anything about that game. Let's raid Captain McRummy here on Twitch.
Hello.
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Cybizorg. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay.
Looking at before.
No,
It's a female. That's a 220. We can't do anything about it. But, yeah.
we need to find Titanosaurs.
We found two.
All right.
Two
Well, have a great rest of your day or night, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one, my friends.